Just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Oh my god, yes! You know what? Frosty, you didn't need to do that. You're in the fucking voice chat with me, you weirdo.
Hey, I'm just checking.
I know you're doing your best.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. Okay. Yeah, I see how it is.
That's all I expect from you. Your best.
Yay.
Okay. I'm going to do this. Where's my display capture? Enjoy the streamception for a second. Uh, um. Okay. I was gonna do some Xenoverse shit. Why the fuck not?
Hooray, Xenoverse shit.
Shut up. Fucking judge me.
I am not judging you. Yeah.
You think you're better than me? Because you're not. I can remember how to
Yeah.
even do this. Son of a bitch. Am I able to change the title of this? Title Xenoverse. Are we happy? No? I'm not sure if it. Yeah, it only changed that on the Twitch side. Stream title. Xenoverse. Are we happy? Update. Okay. Oh, so YouTube did do it. It just took for fucking ever to do so. God damn it, YouTube. Okay. Need to go over here. Let me see, said the blind man. Coming to and I think. I don't know how that works. Hello?
I'm still here.
Oh no, not you. I know you're still here. I'm trying to get something.
Well, excuse me, princess.
The
Yeah.
name of the tittle? Come on. I am a princess. I'm beautiful. Fucking judge me, Crossy. I'm a beautiful princess. Damn it! Come on now. Why is my Windows key not working all of a sudden? Fuck. There's my spoofy. Did fucking Explorer crash? Son of a dick! It's being an asshole. I desperately need a new computer, man. Like, it's not even an option by this point. I have to get a new computer. This is ridiculous. Fucking Windows Explorer crashed, and god fucking damn it. Hello? What's it doing? Hello? God damn it. I'm gonna flip a table. I am probably going to flip a table. Good lord. Explorer, please. Okay, thank you. uh, yeah, exactly. Back. Is display why did display capture go out? What the fuck? Hello? One sec. Display capture. Work. You go. Fuck. Whatever. Uh. Okay, so heal isn't coming to get me. Alright. Man, what did Koi message me? Alright. Okay. Back to what I was doing. Okay. I tried to implement some.
Oh, figure out where CL and Koi's bitch asses are.
Where are they?
Abridged in history.
Oh. Well, fine. We'll
No,
fucking
no
need
love
them.
for Gur.
Right. No love for Gur at all. See how it is? Fine. I have Crossy and Shiny. I don't need them.
You also have me as well. Hi.
We have a Tom. We have a Brit.
Hello.
People said no love for Gur. I'm like, nah, there's love for Gur right here.
I appreciate it. Is it gonna open the fucking file? What the fuck?
What you doing?
Trying to get my shit to get like
And then
together.
there's this nerf herder.
Call me a nerfer. That's offensive.
This isn't Final Fantasy 14 online.
Oh, I see a diva, but I don't see FF14.
Not yet, at least. Let's see.
Playing
Diva.
Xenoverse 1 or Xenoverse 2?
Two.
Wait, you're gonna be playing Xenoverse 2?
Yeah. I'll add in Stewie and try to do the story that way. I'd be totally down to fucking play the game over again as Stewie. Fuck you mean? Hell yeah, dude.
It'd be funny.
It would be amazing.
You can actually be an evil bastard this time?
Mm-hmm.
Either way. I'm gonna head off for tonight. I just wanted to come in and say hi, give Gur some love and support. That's about it.
He deserves
Appreciate
it.
it.
Yee.
I'll see you all tomorrow. Ta-ta.
Bye, Tom.
Bye.
We love our British guy. Alright.
That fancy spangled DLC. Shader's cute.
I am the voice of revolution.
You're
The
weak.
world doesn't need the
Hey,
crown.
Hazard. Okay.
You're a relic.
I am currently just doing mods and shit, so
That's what I
Nobody
need.
will mourn your passing. Nobody ever mourns a
And while Gur is doing that, I am tube videos.
legions. You will never defeat us all.
Yeah, Restream has campaigns that you can do to earn like $10 if you play the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. I'm gonna start doing that when I get my new computer.
Neat.
Also, on Amazon right now, you can get Kingdom Hearts 3 for $20 if you don't have it.
highly recommend. Very good game.
Especially with the DLC coming out in like, what, 2 months?
Mm-hmm. Hey. So, Time to install mods. Go. Leg out.
Hooray! Hooray! Mods. We
Ta-da.
like mods. We like mods.
Indeed, indeed.
Mix me up with my brother, man. If the house is the most dangerous criminals in Albion, best not.
They're going to need our help.
I see.
Mary Godwin, also known as Witchcraft Mary, skilled alchemist. Though that knowledge
What you
rests
watching?
disturbed mind.
Oh, me?
She was
Yeah.
convicted of
Oh,
witchcraft
I'm
and
editing.
discovered
Sorry.
her
Is it
brother-
loud?
You're fine. I was just wondering.
Don't worry about it. It's fun.
And I've already told you.
Look here, Crossy, if you're gonna be a smart ass.
I'm always a smart ass.
I don't appreciate sassy Crossy. Goddamn.
Sassy Cressy is best Cressy, okay?
Apparently.
There's only one place he could call his home. One place he could believe himself safe.
And it's currently installing on the transformation mods, so bear with it, guys.
I magnanimously offer my services in this investigation.
Or at least I hope it is. Probably should have done this before I started streaming, but whatever, it's fine.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
This study seems like a nice, safe.
Yeah, the
place.
display capture gave out on me, so y'all can't see what I'm doing.
Meet with the pier when you're ready to hunt down Faraday.
Display capture's dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Yee.
There seem to be several entries on this Mary.
Here's what you do. The next time you get an Elgato, or if you're able to get the Elgato from Seattle, whoever decides on keeping it, whatever. I don't know how that divorce is going. Next time you get an Elgato, just like run your laptop into your computer and stream from your computer.
I guess.
That way you don't have to that way you don't have to install OBS on your laptop and shit.
Okay. All mods were installed or updated correctly. Cool. Okay. And now we go open here.
Mary. Very little on General Turner. I'm sure I would have found a plentiful supply of information. Sir, good luck, Your Majesty.
Alright, that sounds good.
Yeah, sex ed. Yeah, Shiny, last night, at around 2 o'clock ish, I was giving sex advice as Edward Elric.
Oh my
It
god.
was great.
Now they say that size matters, but here I'm out to tell you that it fucking doesn't.
Like, I was like, hey, sex ed. And I'm Ed. I get to sex it.
You should make that an actual series.
I'm
except-
down, but it'd be demonetized so fucking quickly.
Just do it. Just
Alright, and here are all the freaking special skills. Once again, guys, currently I am preparing to do Xenoverse 2. I'm currently adding in mods. Like, you can't play that game without mods. The vanilla game fucking sucks. Yeah, I said it.
I kind of realized that now when I first
Xenoverse is
logged
trash.
into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Xenoverse is trash. Xenoverse is trash. It's a really bad game.
But yeah, they say that size doesn't matter. Well, it does. You know why? Because you can't get to fucking England in a robot.
Honestly, sometimes you just don't want to be parting the Red Sea.
Yeah, it's you don't want your Red Wings if you catch my drift.
No, that was a her having a cute giant gaper.
Not okay. Nothing about that is okay.
Because you don't want to be parting the Red Sea.
All of them in a new slot. Okay, we're adding Stewie to the game.
Anyway, I think I'll catch y'all around next time. Some more Fable. Take care.
Alright, here is a Dragon Ball Super Broly.
Welcome to the
Have they added him yet?
Nope. Well, yeah, they have. He is indeed in the game. Where the fuck is he? Broly? Gives him base form and all that shit. Come on. Fucking taking forever to load these mods.
seem to be several Mary.
Kitty's over in the corner eating.
Take care. Bye-bye. Catch you next time.
I don't fucking know. I don't really pay attention to Xenoverse DLC. I recently just
They
bought all
added-
the stuff that it had. It's
People
on
have been
sale for
asking
$4.
for Topo for since the beginning of the big tournament arc, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've been wanting Topo for forever. You know what they didn't give people?
What?
Topo.
Right?
They added Brienne instead.
Because we wanted Rabian.
Yeah.
We
power
wanted
of
to have her. We
love.
absolutely had to have Rabian.
Power of love. Yay.
Why the fuck did they keep her around for so long? I don't understand.
Because they wanted to pay tribute to magical girls, and it.
I understand that, but fuck off. Alright, we're adding Xeno Goku to the thing.
Yay. Super Saiyan 4.
Hell yeah, dude. Also, guys, please support.
And welcome back, my lovely.
Guys, if you want me to do like Goku voice and all that shit, fucking donate junk and I'll do it. Not a performing monkey, but I'll do it if there's money involved. Alright,
And
here.
so, at which point, Gur has officially become an internet whore.
I mean, if y'all will pay me for it, fuck yeah, dude. Why not?
You want it? Pay for it.
Well, it's not more. It's not really forcing me to do it, Meme Maker, because they're paying for said service. So that's different.
You should make it a
Hold on a
Patreon
sec. I'll be
tier
right
goal
back.
to have a Goku vid every 2 weeks or so if you reach a goal, and then once a week if you reach another goal on your Patreon. Just fucking do all the things. Yes, Melsa, we have agreed and said that Xenoverse 2 is dead. We have been calling Xenoverse 2 dead since the game came out.
Mm-hmm. Just people now. Got to play people now. Sophie, Kitty, where'd you go? I don't know where she went.
Can't be whole, but never had this many men missing. No other explanation that Scout or
Okay.
less. Vader is in the count.
Note from Heroes is now in the game. Let's see. Let's go here. Grab Beat. Xeno Gohan. Xeno Toa.
And welcome back, my lovelies, to
And Xeno Vegeta.
It was very
Well, I can't do those all at once. Well, then again, yeah, I can. No, I can't. Then again, Xeno Vegeta and Toa I can do
being
all
a
at
very
once.
simple episode. I will catch you all next time on Fable 3. Onward, see what Milton has in store as we find this alchemist. Words. English language is weird. Anyway, I'll catch you all next time on Fable 3. Take
Heck,
care.
one. Freaking shiny editing your vids.
And it sounds like I'm talking.
Right. I mean, I guess that's a good thing.
I know, right? That way they think I'm involved in the stream when I'm not actually. Wahahaha.
It's a big oof. Alright, Vegeta, oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Broke. Okay. No, why did it put Vegeta? What the fuck? No, I said Vegeta, motherfucker. No, stop it. It's
It's all downhill from here.
all downhill from here. I blame Abridged, Koi, and CL. That's why I blame
Who do you blame them for?
the universe.
For keeping it alive for so long?
Mm-hmm. I blame them. Go on. Slot here. That's weird. Styling pubes. All right, do you?
I mean, why? On the one hand, I get it. On the other hand, what the fuck?
Right. Like what? All right then. Man.
Do math.
Exactly. Come on. Do math.
And welcome back to my list.
She's adorable. I main her on Overwatch. Those are two contributing factors, I guess.
Adventures to be finding out. And another book expedition, I feel that we're
Okay.
going to end up doing
God of Destruction
at
Goku. This will be fun.
the end of
Install.
this. Yikes. This place is beautiful.
This is the future that Faraday Industries
Your face is beautiful. Nailed it.
for all.
Oh, nailed it.
For innovations. Goodbye.
I did not get Golden Cooler, no.
Well, I will be right back.
What's up, Joe? I'm starving. I need to go make food soon. 'Cause it turns out Heel is not coming to get me. He just said when he has the money, he'll take me out for food. Which is neat, I guess. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure these mods work. Because if I'm going to be playing this, I'm not going to play it without mods.
Apologize for the abridged nature.
Why are you broken? Why are you broken?
Thank you for visiting.
What are you doing?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, was that playing? I had my mic off. Was it going?
No, it was playing.
What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
My mic was off, but it was playing my video. Okay. Weird. I guess I'll just mute while I edit and jump back in when I feel like there's something I need to say.
Say what you need to say. Say what you need to say.
Okay, I couldn't sleep, so here I am.
Hi, Tom.
Hello.
Hi there, Tom.
Hi, Shiny.
Back.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I came back.
Okay, makes sense.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know how to get this to work with the.
Stop being a scrub. That's how you get it to work.
Hey, do I insult your mother?
I mean, it's kind of wouldn't be the nicest thing for you to do.
Exactly. So shush. I'm nice to you, Shiny. God.
I'm nice to all. And that's fact.
Do you believe in life after love? That would be a Crossy, a Shiny, and a Tom.
Crossy is no longer here. She said she would be right back.
Well, damn.
So,
Okay.
I think she ran off to abridge the stream.
We are, I think, in CL server. I don't remember.
Oh, is everyone running off to a bridge stream?
Right. The disrespect.
But why no?
Exactly my freaking point, man. But why there?
Well, why no?
Like the Nightbot says, if you want me to say things in character, you gotta pay for it, brother.
I keep
I'm
telling
no
you
longer
to-
doing voices for free, man. I'm not a performing monkey, like Nightbot said, unless there's money involved.
He is not a performing monkey unless there is money involved. So I just went over to look at a Bridges stream and say, oh, maybe they're playing games. They are just doing some character voices and it's weird.
Oh, they're just doing character voices?
Greetings.
See,
Yeah.
they're part of the problem.
Uh-huh. That's why people expect me to do so as well. Oh, you guys can't see the game. My bad. See how long it's fucking been since I've done anything Xenoverse related? I don't even have just God fucking
Oh.
damn it.
Looks like someone's hosting you. Neat.
Like I had this uninstalled from my freaking computer and everything, guys. Xenobajita? Okay, this Stewie should be voiced.
Well, why not?
Oh, is this a mod?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh
I'll
my
show
God,
you how
look at
it's
that
done.
Yeah, he should be custom voiced. I put my own voice in there for the Stewie. We'll see what happens. If I can make this my cat, dude, I would.
Who the hell do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah, I don't think he's voiced. Yeah, he's not voiced. I set that up wrong then. Lol.
Hey, the Kamehameha has to go somewhere.
That is so much lol. I love it. You have to figure out why the voice didn't work correctly, but that works. Neat. Yeah, I know, but Poi is planning to set everybody up with the same mod pack.
Oh, Chloe's making a mod pack for everyone
Leave
again?
it to me.
Yep.
Definitely send it my way. It's been a while since we played Marvel's Universe, because that's when it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I must destroy.
God of Destruction Goku looks dope, man. Love it.
Holy damn, yeah, he looks awesome.
Ultra instinct. Astonishing. I never thought it would be possible for you to achieve such a state.
Slow walk.
Right. Walking.
Or both.
Neat.
Or is it one shot at least? Oh. Oh, is this Broly from like the Dragon Ball Super film?
Mhm.
Oh, damn.
I will not lose. Okay, let's begin.
Motherfucker. Swear to God.
This is
It's one of the problems that you often have with fucking mods. Sometimes things aren't compatible and it fucking do this shit. I gotta crash the game. Back up. Yeah, it does do that sometimes if the mods aren't compatible with all the shit.
Yeah, I heard first time.
Shiny thinks he's better than y'all. What are you gonna do about it?
Time roulette go.
But I am better than y'all. Is this still playing through? Even though my mic's off.
Jokes
It's
on
really
you.
low, but it is there.
Jokes on you. I'm an admin in the server. Goodbye.
How'd you get your butt back in here? Why'd you leave, woman?
Because she wants to hang out with Abridged.
I see how it is. Fine.
Yeah, she was in with Abridged. Where are my cigarettes?
What about game? What about it?
Dear, my cigarettes.
For
Saying
fuck's
the
sake,
kids in this
Xenoverse.
room. Yeah, Xenoverse is being dumb.
It's being an asshole is what it's doing. Alright, there we go.
I think dumb's a nicer way of saying it.
I forgot what I'm gonna do for dinner.
Dinner sounds good right
You know what? Let me go over here first. I can't afford pizza. I have like $9. Not enough for pizza.
Welcome, friend.
now. How much is it for pizza?
At least 10, 15. I ain't got enough for pizza. Yeah, but I can't, like, that's like 5 miles away and I can't exactly have them deliver one. Problem.
So say if you get like $11, can you get it delivered then?
And does Little Caesars even deliver?
I don't know. Well, tell you, ask. Yeah, you should, if you get like $11, you should be able to get it delivered. Isn't that right?
I don't fucking know.
Google it. What's the nearest pizza place that delivers? Little Caesars.
I'm getting mixed answers from people. One person's saying they do deliver, others are saying they don't. I don't know.
Who are they asking about delivery?
Little Caesars.
Little Caesars delivers.
Do they? Yeah, for $11, they ain't gonna bring it to me for $11. But like, yeah, I've got $9 in my PayPal right now. So
Is there no like convenience store around the corner where you can get some like quick couple bites?
Greetings.
like once again, if I were to order, I'd have to order food because like it's getting late as shit pretty soon here, and mosquitoes are gonna be a thing, and I don't feel like riding my bike all the way up to get fucking pizza.
Dude, just order pizza or something.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have the money to do so. If I did, bruh, sure. But yeah, I've got $9. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna have to make Koi do all this shit because apparently it's not working for me. Fucking mods. I'm gonna turn off the mods for now.
Hey, girl, what's up?
Nothing. The mods are being a jackass, so it's gonna have to be something you're gonna have to do.
All right, let's have a look.
Well, no, it's just being a dick in general.
What do you mean? Like, what's going on?
It's getting the where it'll load at the versus screen infinitely and crap like that.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Yeah.
are you trying to play with someone?
No, just by myself.
Okay.
Like I was at the training arena and shit, and it just crashed.
You don't get like an error message that's like EAC or some shit like that, right?
Hold on, I can tell you in a second here. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so it does give you. Okay, so I know what part of the problem is. You need to replace your anti-cheat folder.
With?
hold on, a modified anti-cheat folder. One moment, let me. Okay, it's got to be around here somewhere.
This is why Corey needs to just do all this shit.
All right.
And I can't get Lazy Bones thing to work either.
All
Like
right.
I installed all those transformations and shit, and it's
All right. All right. Here you go. By the way, did you see what I sent you?
yeah.
Goofy's a savage.
This ride only stops in an emergency, and no
So you
flying
got a
up.
donation.
Oh,
Oh,
oh.
you think you're better than me?
Tom with the was it $6?
$5. Get yourself a fucking pizza or something down.
Right.
Hello, Mr. Tom Cacto.
He is the top kick too.
Hello.
And what, you think you're better than me?
Yes.
All right. Well, as per the rules of the stream, you have earned the right to make me say anything in whatever character voice you want me to do. You have earned that.
This is a lot of power.
It is a lot of power. So go for it. What do you want me to say? No matter what it is or how raunchy or disturbing, I will say it.
Oh, you give me so much power. I need to think. Can I grab for a cigarette first?
Yeah, I've got 1396 now. Let me see.
I was you should be able to get something delivered at least.
All right. Let me know when you've taken the context of the anti-cheat fix and have replaced the original content.
One moment, I'm trying to get food.
I need food first.
I need
Gosh, can you
food.
believe this guy wanting food and sustenance?
Right.
Unbelievable.
Like, how dare I be fucking hungry? Yeah, Hungry Howie's delivers. What
Should be
hungry.
full from all the pussy he eats. Oh.
Yeah, but Lily's too far away. The moment, at least. If she was closer, bruh.
Oh wow! Oh my!
Girth's head wouldn't leave that crotch.
I mean, you gotta please your woman.
Exactly.
Cue Lily, like, babe, calm the fuck down.
Okay. By the way, Gur.
What?
Speaking of mods and stuff, this guy I'm following on Twitter. Check this shit out real quick. That is sick.
I found a God of Destruction MUI Goku. It's pretty freaking cool.
That's all right. But yeah, dude, check this out real quick when you get a minute.
Yeah, I'll watch it in a sec. No, I don't. Guest order. I'm ordering food, guys. Bear with me.
Food.
Let's see. Okay, yes, it is a house.
Oh, okay.
I can't see the chat at the moment. Bear with me.
Oh my god, I just had a terrible thought.
What's up?
God.
Pizza Man arrives. Actually, never mind. I kind of lost track. You ever had one of those? You're like, I got a joke. I'm about to. Wait, it's gone.
And
I've
it's
had that
gone.
a lot. Alright, fellas, I'm gonna run outside for a cigarette. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Damn it!
What's
I
that?
had it, and then it was just like.
Our pizzas. I'm getting food. The chicken cheddar burger. That kind of sounds yummy. Asian chicken.
Why's it got to be Asian chicken? Why can't it be American chicken? What, you think you're better than me?
Right. We'll go with.
You know, if Vegeta was a chicken, that's how it'd be. Why'd you pick that chicken to eat? Why didn't you pick me? What, he thinks he's better than me?
Cause he's not.
Eat me, damn it! I'm delicious.
What to put on here? Let's do. We'll do a medium. And do bacon. And beef. Beef and bacon.
And then I said, "What? You think you're better than me?" It was hilarious.
He thought he was better than me, but he's not. Showed him. Alright. Okay, so a medium. I can actually get a large. Maybe. No, I can't get a large. Hold on, I got a math. Gonna make sure I have enough. 1396 is how much I have. 1396 minus. Trying to math. Bear with me. 799.
What if we don't want to bear with you? Why do you assume we'll do it? What? You think you're better than me?
What? 799 plus 1.49. 1097. Yeah, I'd have about $3 left. No, I mean $7 left. If I get a medium. Once again, mathing. 13.96 minus 7.99. Oh, shit. Because it'd be 99 cents. $9.90. 9 point. $12.97. Yeah, I'd have enough for a large. Add to cart. Okay. Stomach, shut up. I'm working on it, for fuck's sake.
What? Your stomach thinks it's better than you?
Right, apparently. Fuck. Alright. Ah, fuck. Nope. God damn it, I forgot about delivery fee and taxes. Shit! Alright,
How much more do you need?
Hold on. Even the medium one would be 15. God damn it.
How
Son of a
much more
bitch.
do you need?
For a medium pizza, I need okay. I need
Wait, $15 for a medium pizza?
uh-huh.
What the fuck?
With bacon,
No.
beef, and smoky bacon crust.
Dude, you'd be better off with Domino's or Papa John's.
Yeah, this is Hungry Howie's.
Yeah, see what? Check out Domino's and Papa John's first before you.
Yeah, get Domino's.
Domino's.
Personally, Papa John's is my favorite, but
I'm not sure if there's one around though. That's the problem.
hey, Shiny, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm editing. How are you?
Once again, guys, bear with me. I'm ordering pizza. I'm starving.
Ordering
Okay.
pizza on a stream. How professional.
Well, no, I said don't hate so I can get some fucking food. I'm holding true to my word.
What, you think you're better than me?
I'm ordering food like I said I would. Like, hold up, I'll actually show you. I'm not bullshitting. This is exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm ordering food right now. You guys know what you should start doing? People's in the chat. Start requesting me, Koi, and Shiny at cons.
I would love to be a guest at a con. That would be amazing.
I know, right? So like, start doing that. Like at your local cons and stuff. Like they'll like pay for our transportation and everything.
That'd be really cool. Speaking of really cool, did you check out what I sent? That GIF I sent you, Gur? That actually is like legit cool.
Hmm.
When
Size
you
and
have a minute.
crust. Cheese and sauce. Okay. Well, that's fine. Toppings. No extra cheese. Beef. Bacon. Not sure how much. Well, okay, that's only 2 inches bigger.
By the way, I just totally thought of an awkward conversation Goku and Vegeta could have.
What's up?
Just for a skit, just Goku asking where babies come from.
Oof.
But you have 2 kids. Yeah, I have no idea where the hell they came from.
There's a bun in the oven.
Okay, okay, but at that point, Goku needs to just lay down the fact that Vegeta, I didn't even know what marriage was, and I was kind of forced into it.
He really was.
I never even wanted those kids.
Okay.
Wow. Just. Wow. I can't. What do you want me to do about it?
I don't know. You're like a princess, I think. Can't you like
Shiny, I need $4.
made $4?
Yep.
Okay.
16.19 is how much it is.
Let me check my bank account real quick.
What do you want me to do about this, Kakarot? I don't. What do you want me to do?
Your best, Vegeta. Do your best.
My best to do what exactly? How are your marital problems my issue?
I don't know. Can't you like hire someone to kill her or something?
Wait, what?
Like Goku's trying to fucking hire somebody to...
Wait, why don't you get hit? You two are good buddies.
Yeah, but if I were to hire Hit, she'd see it coming.
You are familiar with the process called a divorce, right?
You can do that?
I am very concerned right now.
Help me, Jeets.
You're my only hope.
Exactly. Help me, Jeets. You're my only hope.
You know what's funny though? As much as we like to joke and stuff, Goku and Chi-Chi do have a surprisingly good relationship because they understand
Thank you,
each other.
Shiny. I love you.
Get your fucking pizza.
I'm trying.
Like, because those two actually have a pretty good mutual understanding of each other. Like,
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Service method.
but this is pretty fun. Killer or something? What?
All right.
Wait, Kakarot, why don't you just do it? You're strong enough.
Yeah, but once again, if she sees it coming, she'll be prepared. That's why I'm asking you to do it, because she'd never expect it from you. She likes you, Vegeta.
Just come right. Just act like you were mind controlled and evil again or something, Vegeta. I don't know.
What are you thinking about
Oh my god.
Oh, thank you, Dustbox.
Then Trunks just comes
Okay,
in like,
Shiny, Tom, if you're still here, and Mr. Duskbox, you all have earned the right to make me say anything you want in whatever voice you choose. You have the power.
I really don't feel comfortable with this conversation, Kakarot. I think I'm just gonna go. But good luck with your wife thing.
Vegeta, please! I'm in a loveless marriage. She rapes me.
She kind of does.
But do you enjoy it?
No!
Like, I'm gonna be real. If Goku went almost 40 years not knowing what kissing is.
Yeah, like, bruh. Not knowing what kissing is, being married to her for over 40 years,
And
that's definitely a rape situation.
Oh my
He-
god!
Okay, he didn't even know what marriage was. He was strong-armed to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, I will argue he was still a good dad to Gohan
Mm-hmm. When he was alive, he was a great dad.
when he was alive.
Yeah.
Uh,
the-
I'm sorry.
The,
Sorry,
the
Gerben.
only thing that can be attributed to Goku not being the best of fathers is because he was dead for so long, he never got a chance to understand that Gohan didn't like fighting. He probably thought, oh, hey, Gohan's running off to Namek before I do. He
Mhm.
must love fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Gohan is coming into the.
Yeah, Gohan
Chamber
was
with
here
me.
fighting the Saiyans before I was. He must like fighting.
Have you ever actually talked to your son about this stuff?
Well, he never
I'm
told
sh-
me no.
Yeah. Gohan
Uh,
never said anything about not liking fighting to Goku.
Well, you never told your wife. No, so we all saw how well that turned out.
She promised me food.
Does she keep up to that promise at least?
In most cases, yes. Shorty
what the
ran
hell
about
you-
the salute. Okay, here we go. Hey folks, Edward Elric here. You know what's pissing me off? This fucking Rose Goku black guy. This fucking salute. I mean, who the hell goes off and who the hell goes into every single woman they find? Look, hey, would you like me to spread your loins? Like, no, get the hell out of here! That's rapey as shit! The fuck's wrong with you? This has been Edward Elric, and that's what's pissing me off! There you go.
But Kakarot, here's the thing: there's no such thing as rape if the woman doing it is, well, hot. That's how it works.
That's a double standard.
Welcome to society, Kakarot. Good day.
That's bullshit.
Kakarot, have you ever seen a female teacher arrested for having sex with her students?
No.
Exactly. Kakarot, you are the student, and Chi-Chi is the teacher.
Is that why she makes me study?
That's also what happened in Twitch. That's why I did that.
Why is it not? What the fuck?
Is that why she makes me study?
And to that, Thatcher, I will argue that it is not of Goku's fault for not being able to raise Gohan. The motherfucker was dead.
Mm-hmm.
He was either dead or incapacitated. That wasn't his fault.
He died for his son's well, actually, his
He
son
quite
didn't.
literally died for his son's sins.
Every second that Goku was alive, he spent it with Gohan until Gohan was an adult, and then Gohan was able to take care of himself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he spent every moment with Gohan up until Gohan was kidnapped by Raditz, and then Goku died. Then Goku was dead. You
And
can't
by the
raise
way,
someone
he
when you're
died.
dead.
He died sacrificing himself to save Gohan. So
Okay, what the fuck? It's
Okay.
saying we are sorry, but we are unable to process your payment. Please verify the information and try again. What? It is the right
PayPal.
information. What the fuck? I'm using my PayPal card. What the fuck?
Gotta love
So,
when
you
PayPal's
know, no, it's because Gert blacklisted Goku on his Twitch thing and his YouTube because he gets tired of people calling him Goku. Because he's an idiot, and I told him not to do that, but he still did it anyway. Then, and
Welcome.
to that,
Hmm.
when Goku was recovering from the Saiyan fight, Gohan went on his own accord to Namek.
Yep.
Goku could only, expect, oh hey, Gohan must like fighting.
Yep.
Because
'Cause-
Gohan has never said he never liked fighting to anybody. It's just like he expresses he doesn't like it to just in general. And he probably says it to Piccolo, but Piccolo understands because Piccolo's been around him longer.
Mhm.
Of course. I'm not going to say anything otherwise.
Let me transfer this to my
So Gohan, how does it feel having two dads?
So
pretty neat, I guess.
when they get back and
I have
Goku is gone.
two
on
dads
Yardrat,
and a mom, so I get triple presents. Great.
Goku had no way of getting back to Earth for at least 6 months to a year while they
Mhm.
waited for the Namekian Dragon Balls to recharge.
Yep.
And here's the okay that Well, because they could have brought him back with the Namekian ones, but then Goku's like, no, because Goku wanted to.
Well, because Goku was training. Goku doesn't like his training being interrupted. That does not reflect his fathering skills, because he knew Gohan was taken care of.
That's kind of funny. They're like, Dad, come play, boy. I'm training. Daddy doesn't like it when his training gets interrupted.
So when Goku comes back, he is then in a heart virus for what? A month?
Oh, sure, it'll let me do it with my fucking bank account, you pieces of shit. Fuck off. God damn it.
So he trains with Gohan while the androids are coming from that point forward. Spends
Okay.
time with Gohan. At no point does Gohan ever say that he doesn't want to fight or doesn't like to fight.
So what we have here is a failure of communication.
Exactly.
Yogur.
Hmm?
At one point, you just have to have Goku so you don't like fighting? Why the hell did you say anything? Do you know how many fights I've put you through? I feel awful
Like
now.
you could have said something. God. Now I'm an awful father because of you, son.
Alright, I'm back. What I miss?
Oh, just the.
No, it's like, Dries, how many times I tried to call from King Kai's place and you just never...
Gohan, why the hell didn't you say anything?
All right, so I just did the text message updates on the pizza, but
And then
within
the moment that
around
Goku
9-ish.
realized he made the big error in assuming that just because Gohan always took initiative to fight, that he must like fighting.
And once he realized that, he was like, "Oh shit, I need to save my son."
And then he sacrificed himself and then was dead again.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, at this point, it is just we definitely need to make that skit. Goku's just like, why didn't you say anything?
Right.
I didn't want to disappoint you, Dad. Gohan, you are literally 10 times smarter than me when I was your age. How could I not?
It's like, Gohan, I'm gonna level with you here. Even if you had said that you didn't want to fight, I would have been like, okay. I would have dragged Vegeta's ass into the time chamber and become stronger than Cell.
Yeah.
Why did you do that anyways?
But yay, thank you guys. I now have food on the way. Yay!
You're welcome.
No, Gur.
Huh?
I would have dragged Vegeta in the time chamber and made him stronger. Why did you do that anyways? Why did you say you wanted that?
Well, I mean, hey, that has a point. Look, you didn't tell me. Look, how was I supposed to know where you wanted to train with me? You didn't say a word.
Goku's just like, why does nobody tell me anything?
I mean, it's the truth. Like, for real, on some real shit. Nobody told him. Gohan never told him that he didn't want to fight, and Vegeta never said he wanted to train. Goku's not a. Well, yeah, Goku is a psychic. Never mind. Because out of freaking nowhere, reading minds is one of the skills that Goku has for some reason.
To be fair, he only seems to do that when he actually touches their head. So, like,
even so, Goku is a psychic. I can't use that as a,
Yeah, he can legit levitate things with his brain.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? You know why Goku doesn't just read their minds? Because he doesn't intrude. He is not intrusive.
Unless it's Krillin. Because that's the only time he's ever used that ability. Was to read Krillin's mind.
Krillin consented, so.
True. Uh-huh. But yeah, Goku is indeed a psychic. Like, Vegeta, you could have said something! Like, all of these years, that's what it took. Like, and Vegeta just needed to say, hey, like, yo, Kakarot, you want to train with me? I'm like, sure!
Yeah, Kakarot, teach me how to do... Why have you never taught me how to do Super Saiyan 3?
Like, because you never asked! That's all it would have took. That's my headcanon now. Like, had you just asked, I would have been down for it. Like, bruh, come on now.
That's like the rule. That's like the rule. All you have to do is...
All you had to do was ask.
Yeah, like Piccolo's getting mad at Goku and stuff like, Goku! Gohan does not like fight!
He doesn't? Why did nobody tell me?
Clean this mess up.
Poor Goku. Nobody told me anything! How was I supposed to know Gohan didn't like fighting?
Yeah, and then someone argues, why didn't you just ask him? And then you're like,
Because he always went along with it. How is that? He always went along with it. I assumed.
I drew the natural.
Yeah, he never once complained. I didn't know. In fact, well, we were in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year. He didn't say a word. In fact, he was more excited about it than I was. Poor Goku, man.
Like, seriously, how many problems? You know what? Can we please make this a skit series? Like, how many problems could have been solved if people had just said
Said something to Goku. Just tell him.
Like, Goku, leaving the fate of the world to Trunks and Goten is a horrible idea. They will mess it up.
Really?
Oh, why didn't
you tell me? See, my excuse was that eventually me and Vegeta are going to be dead. So, like, somebody has to protect the Earth. I didn't know they were going to be in danger. What?
Someone's following you. Look why there.
Nobody told me.
Hello?
Hi. What?
Okay, hello?
Hi.
Okay, there you are. Yeah, you were cutting out real bad.
Oh shit, it turned off my mods when I did that. Fuck. Son of a bitch.
Yo, Kurt.
What's up?
Yeah, like Kid Goku and stuff, like, you know, like, okay, I guess if it's a marriage, I'll come back and get it. Then Bulma, Goku, a marriage is an eternal commitment. Oh, why didn't somebody tell me? Okay, never mind.
I'm like, you're right. Why didn't someone tell me? You mean I'm legally bind to Chi-Chi until death do us part? Well, technically I've died twice, so...
No, Goku should if we ever do like some sort of court thing, you know, we should bring this to like a VR chat court and post it on Stupor. Just like,
I'm down.
of just Goku bringing rape charges to Chi-Chi because he died, therefore their marriage is
It's null and void. Yeah, he died not once but twice. The marriage is null and void.
Their marriage is null and void twice over.
Oh shit.
That's funny.
Oh.
Their marriage is null and void.
Hey,
Goku has.
we figured out another way to get Gur to do Goku on stream. Actually make it worth his time.
Exactly. That's all I ask.
Oh my god. So what, is that another, like, you know, Kakarot, technically your marriage with Chi-Chi is null and void because you died. Why did nobody tell me? I'm out of here.
Exactly. Nobody told me. What? I would have left a long time ago.
I've been farming for nothing?
Oh, shit.
Actually, Goku doesn't seem to mind farming all that much.
Well, he
to be
doesn't
honest.
seem to... Well, because he's growing food. That's one of the things he loves. Food. So, it makes sense. But, like, bruh. I never thought about that until now. Like, technically their marriage is null and void because it's death till till death do us part. He died twice, so he doesn't. He doesn't.
Nice work, Shiny.
That's funny.
Shiny, did you just like? How long have you known that?
What do you mean? How long have I known this?
Yeah, like that never occurred to any of us.
Yeah, Goku.
See, this is why it makes me kind of upset that you'll never come to get me to help script or any of this shit. Because
we can script episode 4. Super if you're down.
Wait,
Not tonight, but
Shiny,
you get what I
you
mean.
wanted to wait, hold on. Shiny wanted to join us in the script writing. Why didn't she tell us?
Exactly.
No, I have spoken up and I have said so multiple times.
Well, no.
No,
When exactly were
just-
Vegeta and Bulma married, though? That's the question. When were they married?
They never show it. It happens in between.
Right. I know what happens off screen, but like,
Was it a wedlock baby because of Trunks?
Oh. But you know what? I made my marriage work, Kakarot.
I forgot there was an EXE thing for this.
I made my marriage work, Kakarot.
Hey, your delivery driver Nicole is on her way. Yeet, pizza's coming.
Now there's a thought. Someone had just told so Chi-Chi's always on about Goku about getting a job, right?
Yeah.
Goku, you know, if you make money, you can use that money to buy whatever kind of food you want, right?
Yeah.
So you should get a job to make money so you can get food.
Yeah, he does have a job though. He's a farmer.
I know.
And like, I think it's like once a month he goes into town to sell his crops and stuff. Yeah, but Goku does have a job. And frickin' see, this is why Goku's in a toxic marriage. She rapes him and spends all of his money. Because remember, frickin' at the beginning of Super, Hercule gave them 100 million zenny. She spent all of it.
Fucking oof.
Mm-hmm. Yet she's always complaining about how Goku doesn't have any money and how he's a useless husband.
She's definitely buying drugs with that money.
Yeah.
What the hell, Tom?
I'm gonna just point out that Hercule pays off all the stronger people in the world to not participate in the world tournaments
Yep.
because he knows that they're stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So he probably sends a check to Chi-Chi saying, "Hey, this is so Goku doesn't fight. You're welcome."
He spends it on Goten's education. Bullshit.
Nah, drugs. Just straight up drugs.
You mean to tell me that Zenny is basically the equivalent to, Japanese yen? You mean to tell me that she spent 100 million yen? Yeah, fuck off. No. What's the conversion rate on that to dollars? Let me look this up.
Okay, so I'll do it. Hold on.
100 million yen to US dollars.
I actually want to see. Garen, now I need to see this like skit. Goku having an argument with Chi-Chi on this. Like, you mean to tell me?
That is 921,500 United States dollars. So yeah, 900.
Yeah, so basically $1 million. She didn't spend that on Goten's education. Fuck off.
I told you, bro. Drugs.
like, okay, Chi-Chi, we need to have a serious talk. Where has all this money gone? We don't have any nicer things. I know I'm rarely home, but fuck, dude. Where is all the money at? I don't see any new furniture, nothing.
Edgar. I know I'm rarely home, and this is why.
Yep.
I'd much rather spend it at Bulma. She's got way nicer shit.
Yep. Mr. Satan gave us 100 million zenny. The fuck happened to it?
Look, Goku, I just get really stressed and I need the weed.
I can grow some. I'm a fucking farmer.
I was about to say that.
Like, you want cocaine? I'm a farmer. I'll grow the goddamn cocoa beans. Shit! Like, for what reason? Why are we broke all the time?
I guarantee you that Goted'd still be in, what, fucking 10 at this point?
Mm-hmm.
I doubt that there's a fucking private primary school that's gonna cost $1 million fucking dollars.
Exactly. If Chi-Chi wasn't around, I'd probably say Caulifla, probably. And if not Caulifla, Bulma, if Vegeta wasn't in the picture. Because let's be honest, Goku and Bulma would have made a way better couple than Vegeta and Bulma. Because sure, Vegeta can be, supportive every now and again, but Goku would be supportive all the time. Whereas Vegeta, it's some of the time. I feel like Bulma would have flourished more had she been married to Goku.
Still, I just love this new established. Why didn't anybody tell me?
Like, all this shit could have been prevented had Goku just been told. Like, hey, Goku, probably you shouldn't destroy the Red Ribbon Army. That might come back to bite you in the ass. Okay, I won't then. Like, why didn't anybody tell me? Just,
So wait, like Goku, it is not a good idea to talk to Zeno. It'll be fine. No, Goku, souls will literally get erased. There will be nothing left. Eternal nothingness after they're gone.
Okay, I'm glad you told me. Well, yeah, because that's the thing. Nobody told him. As far as he was concerned, it was just going to be a tournament, for all the people in the all the across the multiverse, and that's it. He didn't know it was going to be fucking high stakes like that. Nobody told him.
Welcome to the Tournament of Power. By the way, the losers will be erased. Nobody told me.
It's the truth. Nobody told him.
Of course, Beerus will be like, I tried to warn you, you idiot. Then you're like, yeah, but you didn't sell it very well.
Because you're always trying to talk me out of doing stuff that I like. Which is the truth.
Goku,
Yeah, that's absolutely the truth. Anytime Beerus does like to make Goku stop doing things.
Caillou, how was that a not obvious enough hint?
I called your bluff. Okay, I installed the EXE, so these mods should work now. Broly isn't the new Broly isn't technically a villain.
Greetings.
He was being manipulated. That wasn't his fault. All right, I will be right back. I need to go wait on this pizza.
mess it up. Nobody told me.
Oh, good. I'm a tired boy. It's like 2 a.m.
Okay, I have returned. I have pizza. Once again, thank you.
You're welcome, buddy.
Yes,
I'm
I'm
probably
ready.
gonna, to be fair, if you are down to record something, I might ask you to like record a special stream alert thing.
All right.
I just need to think of what it is. So if you get a message from me and it is a request, you know what to do.
Yeah, Gert.
Mm.
Gert, you're like, go on, you're up. But, Dad, I don't like fighting.
What? I don't like fighting. Well, why didn't you tell me?
I literally felt like I just spent the last year with you for nothing, man.
Ooh, these transformations are nice. Super Saiyan 2? 3?
Yoga, check that out.
Oh, was it working now?
Yeah, it's working now.
Look at you DMs, look at these defense bonuses. I am a fucking tank.
That's gorgeous.
I think that's like 7 mil. Oh, no, 3 mil. I haven't got the different amulet. But I'm just doing Slayer. And I'm like, fuck it, I haven't got any money, I'm just gonna throw it away. And now I have like God tier for my level. Heck, the ring in the bottom right is like 3.1 mil in itself.
Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, Dad. It's fine, go on, don't worry, I've got this. Are you sure you said you're all tapped out? Relax, I've still got the Kaioken. Because I think Goku probably could have used the Kaioken against Cell, considering Goku had made the Super Saiyan his basic natural state.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you
Well,
think
the
Goku-
reason why he couldn't before was because of the stress it caused on the body. Like, Super Saiyan was already super stressful on the body. But considering he mastered it and took away that stress to the point where he could stay like that indefinitely, I guess that was no longer an issue, you know? So yeah, you're probably right. He probably could have used Kaioken on top of it.
If Gohan had just said something.
He didn't say anything. Right. Yeah, Vegeta did master Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Yes. Super Saiyan 4 notes. 2 God Blue. Rose note. That's up to Koi.
What's up?
Resident Evil 6.
Wait, up to me? Wasn't that your project?
Yeah, but I still wanted to participate in this stuff.
I'm down. You just. Why didn't you say anything?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you say anything, Gohan? I didn't want to disappoint you, Dad. Gohan, look at me. Do I look like Vegeta to you?
Oof. Kaioken Masenko? Yo, that's cool.
See that awkward conversation like, I'll fight, Dad. No, you don't have to. You don't want it. No, Dad, it's fine. Really, I'll fight. No, I mean, it's up to you. Just that whole thing. Like, Dad, do you want me to fight? I mean, I'll fight if you really want me to.
Is her tail not blue? What color is it? Hold on, I didn't even see it. Yeah, it didn't change color for her tail. Which is weird, but whatever.
Hello, Crossy.
No.
Crossy come along.
Oh my god.
Hi there. How are you doing? Do the baritones need to come into the room and make your life all fidgety?
Oh no.
Really, Koi? You're not gonna keep it up?
Oh, but I mean, I'd be more than happy to oblige.
Oh, yes. Just a pain. Is there anything Crossy would like for us to say in particular?
How about it, Crossy?
I don't know. I am a bit flustered.
We have fun.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, I'm ready.
Exactly. Exactly, Lord Cooler. Exactly. It's Gur, and no, I don't watch JoJo, no.
We get it. They're wondering where Koi is for a bridge stream. You should just say that Koi is here. Don't try and pull Koi back there. If Koi wants to be here, he could be here, damn it.
Right.
Left side.
Koi doesn't want to be a voice slut today. Unless he's paid for it like Gur.
Exactly.
Well, doesn't that mean it goes from being a slut to a whore?
I mean, hey, whores get paid.
Oh my god, I could go. You're having people pay you to fight? Yeah, that's called being a whore. Why did nobody tell me? Just all these.
What the
things
fuck?
go-
Okay, there goes.
Like if someone had just said something to go. Kakarot, I do not appreciate always being left in the dust behind you. I do not
Well,
appreciate.
wait, Vegeta, why didn't you tell me? Had you said something, I would have trained with you. We could have reached these forms together. You never said anything. How was I supposed to know?
Goku at Super Saiyan 2 fighting with Goku Black Trunks. Goku, I really think you need to stop messing around.
Yeah,
and
it
just
is.
finish him off right away.
That's the game itself, Melta. That's not on my end. That's why I said, what the fuck? Because it's not supposed to be doing that.
Wait, what's happening?
When I transformed his beat just now, it
Like,
made the screen, yeah, screen go black.
Huh.
Leave it to me.
Alright, I'm gonna head off for the night, fellas.
Okay.
Later, Mr. Tokekto.
Leave it to
I'll
me.
Go to bed this time.
Oh, don't trust me, I'm tired. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Trust me, I am. Alright,
Okay, I just want to point out
Hey,
that Koi
Zasu.
cannot be a traitor.
ta-ta.
Because last I checked, Gur started streaming first.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I will point out.
So how overpowered is Ultra Instinct Goku? Bye-bye.
Pretty fucking strong. Why? Koi's over here with us. Maybe I like Koi's company. Fuck them. If it's that big of a deal, they can come over here.
Exactly.
For the sexual
What the fuck is my mouse? I'm not showing up in my...
Mm-hmm. Kind of depleted stamina so I can actually hit him.
Okay, but you are in practice mode, so stamina is infinite.
This is true. I can turn that off though. Stamina. It's still recovering pretty quickly. Yep.
Jesus.
That damage though. Goddamn.
I will end this quickly.
Let's get this going!
Mm-hmm. Asleep apparently.
Hello.
Yeah, GT is the timeline where Beerus was not woken up by his alarm. Because Whis is a scrub.
Mm-hmm. Then again, the fast. You know what, Holy Shiny, while I got you guys here, let's play Friday. Yeah.
Let me finish making my thumbnails.
Okay.
If that's alright with you.
That's fine.
Then let's just play Friday. It's been a while since I've recorded some Friday, so I might go live on Twitch as well.
But yeah, I played frickin' Xenoverse for an hour and a half. Be fucking happy, goddammit. Shit. Title. Doing stuff. Hello.
I need opinion on thumbnail, though. Which one's better, do you think?
What thing?
Check your DMs.
Okay. One. Ah. Second one.
Second one?
Mhm.
Fireball? Okay. I just wasn't sure.
Uppercutting. Yeah, we last night during our sex ed session. I said I feel like fisting should be called uppercutting. Which is hilarious. Alright, here's hoping that
Why am I not surprised?
I hope that Friday will run decently. Nigga, I don't have money. I literally just had to beg everybody in the freaking stream to get me money so I could buy pizza. I literally just spent money on pizza, man. I'm broke. I don't have nothing. What money am I supposed to buy you Friday with? What money, sir? I ask you. What money? You've never played. Team Fortress 2. Did it change the title for the YouTube side? Not sure if it did. No, it changed it for the Twitch. At least I think it did. It didn't. Should have. Try it one more time. Title, doing things. Show me your boobs. Yes. Come on. Can make me open up DS4, isn't it? Son of a bitch. Show me your boobs. Okay, yeah, there it goes. Photoshop is your friend. Falcon Cons! Friday, why? Why is it not showing up on the fucking stream? What the shit? Hello? Friday? Yeah, like the source says it's correct. So why the fuck isn't it showing up? Plus, game capture. There it goes. Yeah. Yeah. I still feel like Johnny Cage should have won that, but I'm biased, so. Boot up DS4. Falcon Punch! Yeah, Johnny Cage has defeated gods. There's no reason why he should have lost that fight.
Hello?
Hello!
Shit.
Come on! Sounds good, Trunks Briefs. Highly appreciated. Like, seriously, dude. I have no idea. Like, you guys legit bought me freaking dinner tonight. How old is bitch? Alright, let me load up a match real quick just to see if it'll lag and if it'll run okay. Least favorite? I don't know. I never really thought about it. Despite, you know, what people say, I did like Jason X. Pretty neat. You can't hear me in Discord, Shiny?
Quietly hear you now.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. How you doing?
I'm doing good. My
Hey. How you
my
doing? Do you like this video? My old Goku intro and outro.
you up. So there's that.
Where'd Koi go?
I don't know why you're so quiet.
Koi ditch us for those losers.
Have the output 200%.
Yeah, hit exclamation point Discord, Mr. Mafia. Yeah, I know. It's my whole computer lagging, guys. Yeah, my entire computer is lagging playing this. Yeah, this is going to be unplayable.
So pretty. Kill them all, Jason.
Yeah, this might be unplayable.
That's so quiet in my ears.
Yeah, holy lag. Oh my god. Like, you guys hear the sound just glitching the fuck out? Like, oh my god. This is probably going to be unplayable. I desperately need a new computer, man. Like, it's, by this point, like I said, it's not a luxury, it's a necessity. I need a new computer. Yeah, this is unplayable. I can't.
Yeah, computer, why are you being a bitch to
Exactly. Well, Final Fantasy 14 it is then.
talk? Because I want to see if it's my headphones or if it's you.
Yeah, I did, Joe. That's the one I'm gonna get.
It's my headphones. My headphones. Why are my headphones not picking you up that loud? Shit. They go up?
Oof.
Maybe they're gunked up. I don't know. See, my thing is I want to be able to hear you, but have you be picked up on the recording as well. I don't want to have to do anything weird.
But wrong password. My bad. Oof.
1 second. I think I know what's up.
Hi, kitty. What are you doing, Soph? Nope, that's my computer. Anytime you saw lag spikes and shit, it's because my computer is garbage and it was freaking the fuck out. Like, my entire computer was freezing during that. Like, it just froze again. Okay, game has been set.
I'll be joining shortly. My
What?
thing isn't working.
I can't do Friday. My computer's lagging too much.
Oh.
Yeah, it's unplayable. I tried.
Oh, my, well, never mind then.
But notice that freaking Final Fantasy runs perfectly okay. Like, it makes
What
no
happened
sense.
to your computer not being able to run it? The fuck?
Right. I can't run Friday anymore.
Mm.
Fairy Tail, and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Yu Yu Hakusho, Persona 4. What else? Inuyasha, Naruto Shippuden, Bleach. There's many animes I like besides Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is the worst of the bunch, honestly. The reason I'm broke at the moment is because I get paid about 150 bucks from YouTube a month, and I do not currently have a job. I start on Tuesday though, but I had like 200 bucks in my account. I paid my phone bill. I took my mom out to dinner, got groceries and all that. Gave Heel gas, and I ended up broke. But I do start work on Tuesday. Yep. I start on Tuesday for my job. And between my, I'm not sure which paycheck I'm going to do it, but like, I'm going to be getting a new laptop because this is bullshit that I can't stream the games that I want to. Like, I'd love to be playing Overwatch right now or something, but nope, can't.
What happened to your computer?
It just started shitting itself.
It's doing what mine's doing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Like, I'm just getting like at random times, like my entire computer will start lagging and moving at a snail's pace, or if not freezing up entirely. I know it's not viruses because I have Spybot, Search and Destroy, Kaspersky, and Malwarebytes. All three of them detected nothing in terms of viruses. So it's not that. It's just my computer's deteriorating. Hey, Demon Lord. It just, there's nothing I can really do about it but get a new rig.
Yay, we're both in the same fucking boat.
Mm-hmm. You know, let's party up with some people. This is what people are doing.
So yes, you're back to 14. Nothing's on screen, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
It's not showing up on screen. It's lagging.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Let me pull it up on my end. Let me see.
There it is. Okay.
Good thing was just being done. Let's see.
It just finally came up. So yeah, you know.
Oh, looks like someone's hosting you. Neat.
Thank you for the host.
Of course.
Let me bring up my stream on my Twitch. There's no parties going on at the moment. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Alright. I'm not sure if I should go ahead and just, you know what? I'm gonna train my some of my lower classes. Let's do that.
Alright, I'm gonna let my computer render out these last 6 videos of this fucking series that's been going on for over a fucking year.
That's a big oof.
54 episodes
Oof.
over the course of 53 weeks. Let's see. Yeah, I got videos well into fucking November on Sunday. I just need to get other series recorded. I forgot to add music to the montage.
Oof.
Move that. I'm gonna add music later when the rest is done.
Your town.
You're all fucking towels.
Your town. How dare you disrespect me like that? Your town. I don't disrespect you like that in your home. I forget where this place is. Black Shroud? Quarry Mill. There it is. Now I think about it, I should probably lower the graphical settings of Final Fantasy. Because then maybe that run a little bit better than it does. I mean, it for the most part runs okay, but I do get random lag spike. Let me lower the graphic settings up. You're all a bunch of tails! And we also found out that me playing Xenoverse did not change my viewership.
Nope.
Not at all.
Not on YouTube, not on...
Nope. I played it for an hour and a half and did not change my viewership. I still had about 5 to 10 people. So it did not make a difference. As predicted.
I'm gonna go let my computer die slowly. I'm glad I got this series done before my computer finished dying. I'm gonna wait till I get my new one before I record anything.
Okay. For fuck's sake, these loading times.
Fuck loading times.
Mm-hmm. Well, excuse the fuck out of me for being hungry, huh? Shit. Mark, enough said.
Who's saying what? I'm confused.
Someone's asking how the smelly seal thing started.
Yeah, it's Mark.
Am I in the right spot? Yeah, I'm at the right spot. Where the fuck is it then? No, it just didn't load in yet. Wait, what level is my conjurer? Pretty good. Well, that's because Koi keeps doing things that incite it. That's why. I need to buy a conjurer's staff. Fuck it. Giraffi's a white mage, I might as well be one too. For when Giraffi's not around. Fuck it. And these are too high level. Fuck me. Big oof. Fuck it, we'll do Scholar. Taco waffles are fucking delicious. One sec. In Adobe Premiere. I do not explain it. Ta-da! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Phenomena. What song? The one's playing at the moment? Yeah. Pretty neat. Le boop indeed. Okay. Later, Joe. Yeah. Oh, hiccups. Fuck. Da-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Everybody's so quiet. We're alright. She's currently on the road headed back home. She was visiting family in Denver. Matter of fact, let me text her real quick. See if she's doing alright. And she doesn't check her Twitter very often, and that's kind of how I'm supposed to. That's like my only means of contacting her at the moment, because her mom's kind of a cunt. And super overprotective, and she can't really use her phone. Which sucks. Can't wait till she moves out of there. Mm-hmm. Like her mom like goes through her phone and shit. I misses my Lily. Hope she's doing alright. Not dying too much of boredom. Well, all right then. Same. That's the plan anyway. I'm just not sure where she wants, what her plan is. Like, I know she wants to go to school, but like, is she willing to move here? Am I moving there? I don't fucking know. Yeah, that's the plan. Moving together. We're still both in the process of just getting our shit together. So, like, I start my job this Tuesday. And after that, it's get a new laptop, and then a car, and then move out of my grandmother's house, and hinging on, you know, what is going on over there. Like, if she wants to move, like, I think it'd honestly be preferable for her to move to me. That way, we could have our own place, and I'd already have a pretty good paying job. You get what I mean? I'll have to talk to her about it. Yeah. Yeah. I loves that girl. Try? Let's try, I mean. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know what her plans are is the thing. Like, Lily's the type of person that, like, she wants to do things on her own, but like, I don't know like what it is, what her plan is. Like, from all I understand so far is she's moving into the loft of her parents' house for a while she gets a job and goes to school. And then she's going to be saving up for her own place. But like I said, I'm also pretty much doing the same thing aside from the school thing. I've already got the job I'm going to have. So like, once I get a new place, is she going to still stay there in New Mexico where she is? Or is she going to come out to me in Michigan? I don't know. I don't know what she wants to do. So, yeah. Yeah, I loves that girl. Very, very much. Oh, I get it. So I'm supposed to do this. Yeah. For me, it's quite the opposite. My grandma's a freaking bitch. I'm trying to get away from her. I'm living with my grandmother at the moment. Yeah, I need to get out of here ASAP. Holy shit, that does a lot of damage. I'm not sure if she wants to go to Texas, though, is the thing. Like, if she's down to go to Texas, hell yeah, dude. And I'd have to find a place that would be paying a decent wage, you know? Yeah, I don't know what the missus wants to do at the moment, so. But I do intend to try to go see her for October. For my birthday, rather. For October 14th, which is my birthday, I plan to go see her. And then for her birthday, November 4th, I'm going to have her come see me. DM them to me, Shiny? Yeah. I think, honestly, at least from my standpoint, school isn't really all that necessary to get a job because I'm going to be making pretty decent money at this senior living place. Enough to where I can move out on my own and be fine paying rent by myself type of deal. So, like, you know. Like, I personally don't think that school is all that necessary because I only graduated high school and I've got a pretty well-paying job starting next, this coming Tuesday. Like, my previous job when I was 19 was making $18.75 an hour. So, like, once again, I only graduated high school and I have a really good-paying job. So, that's your prerogative if you want to go to college and stuff like that, but I don't think it's necessary, personally, because I didn't do it. The only reason why I didn't, though, was because I couldn't afford it. Like, my dumbass roommate totaled my car and I couldn't get to work anymore. I guess. Not for everybody either. Like I was taking online classes. I wasn't going to an actual, you know, like location from when I was going to college. Yeah, I think all my student loans are paid off because they took it out of my tax refund this past year. My student loan should be paid off, or if it's not, it's definitely close to it. Because I think I only owed like $1,000. Pretty much. Well, it's gonna still cost money though, Dylan, is the thing. So either grants or loans are your options, or pay out of your own pocket. Yeah, my boss was telling me that it's an extremely easy job, and the worst part of it is going to be like having to clean up pee and poop, but that's about it. Other than that, it's just making sure that the guys that I'm in charge of are, you know, they eat, they use the bathroom, you know, make sure they're all right every now and again. That's pretty much all it is. Other than that, it's they said it's an easy job. I still say, just like in Canada and the UK, school should be fucking free, but it isn't. Why should you have to pay to get a fucking education? That's retarded. So stupid. Hey, Sonic. Yeah, in the Canada and the UK, school is free. It's paid for by the taxes and shit. Like, so like, why can't it be that way in America? Same thing for healthcare and shit. Take it out of our taxes. Yeah, but that's what I'm going to be doing. Assisted living. But yeah, I think the cleaning pee and poop thing is something I'd get used to eventually, and it won't bother me so much anymore. But like from now, yeah, I'm sure it's at first it's gonna gross me out, but like once I get used to it, it'll just be another part of the job. Other than that, they said it was really easy. Oh my god, lag. Pretty much. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I think I'll do the good there. Ow. Yeah, that Nightbot thing is on a 5-minute timer, so it'll say that. So like, just to keep people from, you know, do Goku spamming. It's kind of cold in here. Ugh. There is a message from my Lily. I shall answer my Lily in a second. She just texted me. See how she's doing. Okay, that's dead. while I'm texting Lily. Okay. That was texting my lilies. Okay, that bumped me up 2 levels. Need re-level 30. Yeah. Shiny, if you're still here, Lily says she's thinking about moving to Dallas. So, not sure if you're still here, Shiny. Nightbot already has it covered, Demon Lord. Nightbot was on top of that shit, man. And there's another text from my Lily. God damn, that still does a lot of damage. Nice. Hello, Silver. Brr. I'm kind of cold. Texting Lily. Well, just texted Lily and she pretty much said, I wouldn't worry too much about it right now. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Like, just for now, just focus on getting both of our shit together. Which, it's fair, I believe. Yeah, it's a good idea, honestly. Because that's already going to be like at least a year in the making for both of us. At least 2 years for her, because I think she said she's going to college. I'm not sure for what, though, yet. I'll have to ask her. But 2 to 4 years in college for her, but regardless, at least we have some sort of a plan. That's good. Exactly, Team Lily. That's my baby. Stop that, girl. Oh shit. Mistakes were made. Oh shit. Oh no. Why is my carbuncle not out? Neat. Yeah, I've never been much for Fortnite myself, but do you? Hope you have fun. Oh. Probably both. The videos that I've been recording lately, I have 2 in reserve at the I have 2. I have a Batman Arkham Asylum in reserve. I did record a World War Z Stewie today, but the my mic audio turned out like shit, so I have to re-record it. I have 3 weeks worth of Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is Goku already recorded. I need to just record more shit. Like all the videos I'm recording are in preparation for when I'm not going to be able to record for a while. You get what I mean? So like for now, it's just streaming on the days that I can't give you guys a video. A lot of people do. Yeah, I like making them. It's just it got to the point where like I might as well make this into an abridged series. So like that's what's kind of happened to Stupor. I mean to Jackass Goku. It's just evolved into a bridge series. But like I've been kind of slacking on editing that. Shiny's supposed to be getting a new rig pretty soon, and so am I. That's part of the reason why I haven't been doing it. Is because it's kind of difficult to edit with how much my computer lags. Alright, we're gonna exit here for now. I'm level 20. I need to get to level 30 so I can reclass into a scholar. Yeah, if I don't upload, I'll at least try to stream. Because I've been streaming almost every day lately. Which I'll try to keep doing. I'll try to stream as much as I can. Though next week I start my job, so but that'll be like 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the training portion. Then after that it'll be 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. And I won't have a laptop until maybe after my second paycheck, or maybe even my first, depending on how much money I get. And then while I'm at work, like after work is over and I'm kind of just sitting in the lobby waiting for my mom to come get me, I'll I'll stream. One sec. Hey, Kiltana. Oof. Neat. Nice. Welcome back. I hate these. Go here, go there, go here, go there, go there. Come back here, go back there. Ugh. Really? I thought Robert Pattinson was taking over Batman. I didn't know Ben Affleck was still doing the Batman movies. Oh, well, that's dumb. What the fuck? Interesting. Huh. I've never watched the Lord of the Rings movies. Just never been my cup of tea. That and they're what 4-hour long movies each. No, thank you.
Take it home with you.
Oh, Giraffe with the sub. Thank you for the sub. He subbed. He fucking subbed to me. He subbed. How are you, Giraffe? Giraffes, can we get some nerf this in the chat? Please, thank you. Yeah, Harry Potter, sure, but I didn't really care for Lord of the Rings. Didn't have the attention span for it. Same reason I never saw Titanic. Ah, fuck. Exactly. Forward and back, then forward and back, and then forward and back, and 1 foot forward. You go forward and back, and forward and back, and forward and back, and then 1 foot forward. People are kind of shit out of luck. I don't have any AoEs.
This raid will make me stronger!
Hey, Bridge with the raid at 22. Hey, Rich. We go forward and back and forward and back and forward and back and 1 foot forward.
Someone's following you. But why there?
Yeah, why there? Why are you following me? I'm not leading you anywhere. Oh my god, the lag. The goof. I think it's because of all the particle effects. My computer's freaking the fuck out. Yeah, it's my computer, guys. Oh my god. It's awful. This is unacceptable.
Someone's following you. But why there?
Yes, why though? Why are you following me? I'm not leading you anywhere. Oh fuck, I'm about to die.
Someone's following you. But why there? Someone's following you. But why there? Someone's following you. But why there?
Holy fuck. That mission's fucking ridiculous, dude. Do you see all those freaking enemies on screen at once? I don't have any AoEs, so there's no way to kill them all. Like, what the fuck? How would I even do that? I don't understand.
Someone's following you. But why there?
For the sexual thrill!
Like, that was ridiculous. Like, I have no AoEs, so I had no way to kill them.
Someone's following you. But why there?
Yes, why there? I'm not leading you anywhere. Where are you following me to? Patty cake? What? Damn it. Listen to you what, Giraffe? What? I didn't see you say anything.
Someone's following you. But why there?
Oh, looks like someone's hosting you.
Neat.
Listen to you what? I don't understand. That ain't gonna help much though. Because my computer as a whole is lagging. Not just, like I can't even scroll down on the freaking chat thing without it lagging. Like my computer is just as a whole deteriorating. Really fucking sad. Yeah, I can't even scroll down on the stream chat. Oy. No, don't open up Streamlabs. God fucking damn it. What the hell is my computer doing? For fuck's sake. My computer. Ugh. Is literally shitting itself.
Someone's following you.
What, motherfucker? I heard you the first 3 times.
Yeah, go to system configuration.
Okay.
And then you should be able to like turn off effects for like enemies and NPCs and
Where?
teammates and shit. I don't fucking know, it's somewhere in there. It might be in character configuration. You close out of that.
Hold on.
And then go back to system and then character configuration. No, close out of that window. And then
Hold on.
go back to that.
I need to lower all this shit anyway.
Yeah. It's in there somewhere. you can turn off the particle effects for like other people or even yourself, so that really helps if you have a bad PC.
Let's see. Effects. Naturally darken the edges of the screen. Enable depth of field. Further graphics around an object in motion. That ain't it.
Like I said, I think it's under character configuration, not system configuration. So you'll need to close out of this window and then go back down to the system, yeah. I think so, at least. I don't know. This game has so many fucking options. But you can do it. Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay,
So,
later.
good luck.
Yeah, my computer is just. Oh my god, the lag. Oh my god. I'm lagging so hard, dude. Yeah, Shiva's awesome. It was not. It was a $500 PC, and I got it 6 years ago. That's why Duracity. Nope. It was 500. It was a $500 PC. You gave me 500 and Mark gave me 100. Is what happened for this PC. And he gave me 100, not 500. Okay, so gloves, head and boots. Nope, he only gave me 100 for it. Gloves and boots I still need. Yeah, I know, I have been. I have upgraded it several times, and it ain't helped. In fact, now it's worse off than it was before. Because I upgraded it. Yep, I'm level 62. Hashtag forward and get and back. I don't feel like grinding story at the moment, and I did all my dailies for today. So, fuck it. How many people we got here? 13? Let's do Q&A shit. Cause I don't feel like playing anymore. Alright. So ask questions, whatever. Go for it. Become a Q&A. Oh. What time is it again? Yes? Okay.
Is it Real Nigga Hour?
I guess so.
Welcome to Real Nigga Hour. And I am your host, Audacious.
Welcome to Sex Ed. And I'm Ed. To get to Saxon.
That's never gonna get old. Welcome to Sex Ed, and I'm Ed. Hashtag nipple twister.
Yeah, Shiny was
Dang.
saying I need to go ahead and just make that a series on the channel, Sex Ed.
Like I said, as long as you don't say anything like super graphic, you can label it under sex education and get away with it.
I'm a fucking potty mouth though.
You can literally if you like actually say some real like sexual education shit in it, you can label it under sex education and get away with it.
That's the thing. What would I say though? Like, how to find the G spot. That's today's topic.
All you gotta do is be like, let's talk about the G spot, and literally just look up information about the G spot and where it's located and everything. And just
Like, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna take your ring and your middle fingers. You're gonna kind of like how Spider-Man does his web thinking. And you're gonna insert that into the woman's vagina. You're gonna reach up in sort of a come here type of motion.
Just like your scorpion from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, so it's a get over here type of thing, but you're Spider-Man at the same time. You're gonna feel something on the top of her vagina that's gonna feel like the roof of your mouth. Like take your tongue and feel the roof of your mouth. It's gonna feel like that on the inside of the top of her vagina. Now you're gonna rub that repeatedly.
You can get away with that. You honestly could if you put it under sexual education. Like that, but you will not get demonetized.
Oh my god. Let me see if that's even a category. I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to exit out of Water Fox. My bad.
You're like Scorpion from Mortal Kombat, but Spider-Man at the same time.
And place your free hand firmly on her stomach. Now, what? Because what you're gonna do next, you're gonna want her to sit still. So with your hand on her stomach, you're just gonna start yanking up pretty fast. Don't worry, it's not gonna hurt her. She's gonna love this. Trust me.
Yeah, like there's dudes, like there's channels out there. It's like all sexual education advice, and they don't get demonetized, and they can show nudity on there because they label it under sexual education.
Interesting.
It's like sexual education or sexual awareness or some shit like that. It's like one of those categories.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now.
Hashtag nipple twister.
And honestly, the motion you want to be doing is forward and back, then forward and back. Forward and back. Then one finger forward and back and forward. Oh my god.
And remember, kids, when it's your first time having sex, just remember the song. Forward and back, and then they go forward and back, and one penis forward.
No, freaking Family Guy. With Family Guy, they said, put it in, take it out, put it in, take it out, put it in, take it out, put it in, take it out. I'm the monarch of the sea and ruler of the Queen's Navy. No, you got the rhythm. Let's try. Oh my god. It's so funny.
Are you streaming on YouTube as well?
Yeah.
Could that be a big reason why you're also lagging a little bit more than usual? Because you're streaming.
No, because I've done the same thing previously on CL's computer and had no issues.
Yeah, but that was CL's computer, not yours.
Well, I've done it on mine too. Let's see. Choose category. We got auto services, comedy, education, entertainment, film and animation, gaming, how to and style, music, news and politics, nonprofits and activism, people and blogs, pets and animals, science, technology, sports, and then travel and events. There's nothing about sexual education.
It might be under just education though.
Just education.
Let me look up the fucking condom videos, see what they have labeled
Emoji what, demon? Okay. Concerning cunnilingus. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna get in there and you're gonna scream into the vagina. Just go, come! Now's the time!
Yeah, there's a lot of videos where they're like just showing dudes' dicks and fucking how to put on the condom.
They got
Let's
small dicks,
see.
I assume.
I'm not. I guess I don't know. I'm not measuring.
How would we even make that an emote? Other than just, I guess, 2 arrows or something.
How to measure your penile size for a condom?
Put several different types of brands on, see what fits. For me, I tried all of the brands, none of them fit. Only ones that do is Magnum XLs. So that's me. Huzzah.
He put this person put his under people and blogs. Let's check another person's. This person put his as how to in style.
Yeah, so it'd probably be under education then.
Yep. Because I know people post this kind of stuff all the time and they get away with it.
Forward and back and forward and back and forward and back and then one foot
Penis
forward.
Remember, she's using 2 penises. She's a slut. I mean, what?
Now, see, if you're big enough, what you can do to just rock her fucking world.
Bro, I can't get over this is sex ed in our bed.
Like when she's laying on her back, just take them legs, put them on your shoulders.
Just make one episode and see what happens if you put it under education.
I'll need like a not necessarily suggestive is the wrong word. Like kind of like a shifty eye to Ed where he's like,
All you need is a Ed, like a animated Ed with that, right? And then in the background, you just need slideshows that just go by as you talk about it.
Like, okay, let me check and see if Facebook has a Edward Elric model. Now that I think about it, I doubt it does, but I might be able to make one. Let me check. Because, bro, if there's a Edward Elric for Facebook, bro, I will totally do this. I'm looking this up. One second.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious.
It is fucking hilarious.
Welcome to Sex Ed, and I'm Ed.
There's a Squidward, Eevee. Pikachu, Amy from Sonic.
Oh my god, you could talk about how 80% of women can get an orgasm off of just nipple play alone, and you could totally fucking make that joke about playing their nipples like tiny violins.
See, my girlfriend, she actually plays the violin. So she's taught me a little bit of her technique. Now watch carefully. Rick and Morty. Let's see. There's a Kirby. Do we already have? Ugandan Knuckles, really.
Stewie teaching sex ed, that's hilarious too.
Yeah, I have a Stewie in like his Zeno outfit. I made that one myself, but I have it.
Stewie teaching sex ed, think about that though.
Well, Stewie wouldn't know what the fuck he's talking about, though. The problem.
Exactly. I don't have any sexual experience, but I read a lot of books. I tried to hold my oldest self one time. I don't know how well it went though.
So it says here that you insert your phallus into her vagina.
Vagina. Stewie, that says vagina.
Oh, is that what that says? Oh. Alright.
I don't think you should be talking about this, Stewie.
Yeah, it'd have to be with Ed. Because that pun for the title of it is just great. Sex ed. And I'm Ed.
Has Stewie as a guest.
Welcome to Sex Ed. And I'm Ed. We get to sex.
Let's get to sex.
Yeah, I don't know how to accurately like make live 2D models and shit, or I would totally make an ad. That way I could just turn on my cam and turn on face cam. I'm in face rig, and just do the videos like that, and just have like a PowerPoint slideshow or something in the background.
Have somebody make it for you.
I don't know anybody that knows how to do face rig stuff though.
I'm sure you could find somebody if you just Google it. There's probably people on like Fiverr and shit like that.
Let me look it up. Edward Elric face rig. Someone had to have made one. Be surprised if someone didn't.
You know what would be also funny for a sexual education device?
What?
Natsu.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the sexual education, but Lucy's always wearing those pervy panties.
Like, hey guys, you ready for some more sex education? They grab your girl by the titty and they turn all the lights off in the room. See, what you're gonna do now is you're gonna get her all fired up.
Dude. You could just do that one part and just have Ed come in like, "This is not your segment. Get the fuck out of here."
Get right up in her pussy, be like, "Fire dragon, roar!" That's fucking hysterical.
And if she's really kinky, you go fire dragon fist.
And see, when she's about to climax, you go, "Fire dragon, wing attack!" Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know how to make face rig models, so like somebody would have to do that for me somehow.
Ask Mark. I'm sure he knows somebody who does it.
Text him right now, actually. Where the fuck is that nerf herder?
The fun part is when you blow your fire dragon roar all over her face.
See, that's called your brilliant flame.
My father Igno taught me that one.
Bro, it's just or sex ed with Vegeta. Like, sup bitches! Welcome to sex ed!
Dylan said again, Spirit Gun is the best sex move.
I mean, well, if that's what you think, Let me show you my big bang attack. I'm ready at the final flash.
And I cover her in my Gallic cum.
Bruh. Disturbing. Wow.
What happened to your viewership? When I clicked on you had like 30 something viewers. Now you're down to like 6.
I don't know. Fucking Abridged rated me earlier.
You rated you and went right back to live.
And what was the fucking point? It says I have
does that
11
a lot.
people at the moment between YouTube and Twitch. Sex Ed with Goofy. Hey, fellas, it's your old pal Goofy. And I know you're probably thinking, why should I take sex ed from you, Goofy? Well, think about it. I'm the only person in the entire Disney universe who has a son. I don't just have sex with fellas. I fuck. Oh my god.
Give her my Goofy holler.
I gave her my Goofy cannon. When you insert it in there, you gotta go. Yeah.
Oh my god.
When they trust, you gotta go worse.
Fucking yeah, Bridge rated you, but then like he went right back live.
I know, so like all the people who came to watch me just went right back to him. So like, what was the point?
Yeah, he does that a lot. I realized he did that with CL the other day, and I think he did it with you yesterday too again.
Gorge. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not okay.
Go fight Kyle.
Just wow.
Hashtag real nigga out.
But yeah, I was talking about. I was texting Lily earlier. We are planning on.
Look what Kiltano just said.
Yeah, I know. She says
I'll hook you up.
she's wanting to possibly move to Dallas, so that might be where we're going. But
Dallas is expensive.
yeah, but at the same time, the job market's huge.
I don't move until you have a job down there ready.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to move and then find a job.
Mm-hmm.
It's also Dallas rattlesnakes. No.
Well, no, we obviously live in the city part of it. We wouldn't.
There's no rattlesnakes in the city. There's multiple calls when people have to call like animal control to get rattlesnakes out of their house.
Mm.
Especially like near the toilet bowl.
Yeah, she wants to go to Dallas. But yeah, we'll figure something out.
Yeah, I should just move to like New York. It has the same shit. Just better food and no poisonous animals. Go fight Kano. Giltado said, "Why Dallas so she can tan more?" Your
Bah. What's up?
your chat box on your stream is so behind your actual chat.
Yeah, I know it is. She didn't really specify. All she said was she used to live there and liked it. So I don't know. Yeah, but she apparently wants to go to Dallas, and that's also where Funimation and shit is. So.
I looked into it. Apparently, Funimation doesn't do open castings that often.
Yeah, they don't. But at the same time, like just get in contact with like Sabat or John Bergmeyer or somebody like that, and like just impress them over the phone, and then they'll schedule an audition for you. Because I know that because Mark called Bang Zoom one time and just impressed the fuck out of them over the phone. They said if you're ever in town, just come directly to our office and let us know that it's you. Because apparently they like wrote his name down and shit, and put it in their registry.
I'll hook you up.
So like, I could do that. And
I'm gonna just call a lot and just talk to.
my buddy Damon, Damon Mills, the guy who plays he's filled in for Chris Ayres as Frieza several times, and he also played Monoka. Yeah, he's an old friend of mine. If I ask him, I'm sure he wouldn't mind helping me get in there.
I also know Josh Girl.
Yeah. And Stephanie and only, she said if I was ever in Atlanta again, she could get me into Cartoon Network. So there's that. But it's just like, well, she was living in Atlanta at the time when I, showed her my shit. I think she moved back to Fort Worth, Texas. But when she was in Atlanta, she said, "Hey, if you're ever in the city, come hit me up and I'll get you in." That was when she was doing fucking OK KO or whatever the fuck that show was called on Cartoon Network. She was doing like regular show and all that stuff.
Never really watched Cartoon Network as much.
Me either, but like she said, hey, because Cartoon Network and Adult Swim are in Atlanta. Disney and Nickelodeon are out in Cali. Those Bang Zoom and Sentai. Then Funimation is in Texas.
There's one in New York.
I forget the name of it, but yeah, there is one in New York. It's the people who do Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Digimon, stuff like that.
It was originally.
It was originally called 4Kids, but they changed it to something else, and I can't remember what the name is. Ocean Studios is in Vancouver.
Canada? I thought it was Vancouver, Canada.
And then Viz Media is in Ontario. So those are my options.
But New York is also good because I'm sure there's other areas for voice in New York besides just TV shows. Like there's big time commercial stuff there.
Yeah, like basically what's gonna have to happen is I'm gonna have to see like what is her plan when she gets to Dallas or wherever the fuck we're gonna move. Because like right now it's just we're both just trying to get our shit together, and once that happens, then we'll start planning that out. Like, yeah. I'm not sure if she's going for her associates or bachelor's, but depending, it'll be either 2 years in college or 4 years. She said she wanted to go to school and get a job first. So, I'll for sure take my time on this though. I'm going to go visit her for my birthday. I'm gonna try to stay a week, but and then bring her here for her birthday a month later. So,
She lives in New Mexico or Mexico?
New Mexico.
Tell her to bring you some tapatio.
I'm sure she'll show me around her town and shit when I'm there.
You gotta go get street corn.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. She said, "I'll show you around my town. We'll have fun." Alright, I'm gonna go get something to drink and take a pee break. So,
Okay.
you guys get up, stretch your legs, do all that shit. Be right back.
Synthesis complete.
Hector,
Hi.
where'd you get that Be Right Back screen?
I found it.
You'll fund it.
But yeah, there's this thingy called live wallpaper thing for Steam. I downloaded one of the packs from that. Took the looping thingy of Diva just kind of sitting there and shit, and that was it.
Wait, what is it called?
Live wallpaper engine or some shit like that. It's on Steam. Nice, Kibbles.
So I got another discount on my Elgato. I got money back on it.
Nice.
So I only paid the 150 for Elgato. Oh, you bought it?
What?
The wallpaper engine?
No.
It's $4 right now.
But what that does is basically it's specifically for like your desktop background. You can have moving wallpapers and shit.
That does not look okay.
Let's see. Oculus Rift would be $400. Because that laptop, I ran it by Shiny, and she's like, "Oh hell yeah, that's really nice." She showed me one that was a little bit more expensive and had tiny bit better, but not by much specs on it.
Well, I went by what you said that you'd make within your first check.
Mhm.
If you're willing to wait 2 checks, I can find
Well,
you.
yeah, no, Shiny's like, yeah, what Joe recommended is probably the best option because it'll be VR ready and make my current computer look like a freaking dinosaur by comparison.
Like, if you want like a really high tech one, I could probably find you one really quickly for not much more. Honestly, I get why you want a laptop, but it's just to let you know, like within like 3 to 4 years, it's gonna be obsolete. And upgrading a laptop is like basically impossible.
Like, the reason why I want a laptop is because like I'm gonna be most of my time spent, streaming and shit is going to be while I'm sitting in the lobby at work. You know what I mean? So like I'm not really gonna be able to do that at home because I'm gonna not get home until like midnight-ish.
I feel you, but I'm just letting you know, like upgrading a laptop is just not even really a thing. So what, like you probably get like 3-4 years out of that laptop, maybe 5 if you push it, and then you're just gonna have to buy another one.
Yeah, here is the one that Shiny was recommending. But she said go with yours because it was cheaper.
Check it out. Here's the thing. That's what I've been trying to explain to you guys. I don't know if Shiny doesn't know this either because Tom didn't know until I told him. The Intel is having an issue right now with security breaches. Their processors are compromised. They're having a thing called zombie load, which is basically any information on your computer can be accessed through your processor if it's not secure properly, which they're having an issue with securing. That's why I was saying don't go with Intel because they try to put out a patch to fix that, and that patch made their processors run 30% slower than what it's advertised as. So whatever that processor is, which is the i7-9750H, which is a really good processor originally until they put that patch out, but that's processor that i7 is going to probably run like an i5 now, and it's not going to be as good as it would have been.
See.
Yeah, I know my shit when it comes to computers.
Yeah, Shiny and Tom are going to college and shit for it, like building computers and stuff.
Well, you don't need to go to college for that stuff. That's to get a job at a fucking tech place like Geek Squad or something. Which, honestly, knowing computers is not hard.
True.
You could learn that shit from home. I know plenty of people that have their own computer stores that literally never went to college for it, and they could put together a PC the same as anybody else, and they'll charge you less money than Geek Squad or some shit like that. It's mainly comes down to preference of do you want a GTX or do you want an RTX? Do you want Intel or do you want Ryzen? You know what I'm saying? It comes down to that kind of stuff. I recommend Ryzen right now.
That's what Shiny said too. Because she said surprisingly Ryzen's been better than Intel in terms of that's not always been the case, but she did mention the what's it called that you did about the security breach shit.
Well, here's the thing. Ryzen's really good. However, for gaming wise, they're not the best. Intel's the best for gaming wise. Ryzen does do gaming, but it's not built for mainly gaming. Intel builds their i series for mainly gaming. Ryzen builds theirs for gaming plus more. So their output is more spread than Intel's is, if that makes sense.
Hey, Vegeta fan and hey, Madara. Yeah, it makes sense.
So like, it's mainly just what you, if you don't mind being more spread out, like it's very minimal. However, Ryzen just released a brand new processor, their third gen, and they shit on the other ones. Which I'm trying to actually get Best Buy to take my i7-9700K I bought for $450. I'm trying to get that returned and buy the brand new processor that Ryzen just came out with because I want that.
Yeah, I messaged Mark did respond. He said he doesn't know how to do it either, and he's been asking around, and nobody seems to know about Vice Rig and stuff like that.
Look on Fiverr.
I guess.
Okay, this PC right here, basically it's the same specs as the one I sent you. However, it has a bigger SSD, it has a bigger screen, that matters to you at all? The only time I would tell you to get a Intel right now, if you go with an if you go with an i9, then you're really good. But those are really expensive.
Hello, Kalani. Hello, and welcome to this little.
Like, what's your
tutorial.
max price you would go on a laptop?
I don't know. I'd be making about 2K a month, and I don't have any bills to pay. So.
Because if you're looking for something super high quality, this is what I would go for. If you're looking for something like top of the line.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't buy something like that. Reason why, I could get a car for 3K. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's more of the lower of the high line. Like, that's like low end of the high tier.
yeah,
I said the one that I originally showed you is really good.
Yeah, I could get a car for $3,000 instead.
The PC I'm building is $3,000.
Yeah, I'd get a car before I did that. Yeah.
See, what I would do if I was you, your PC you have now, once you get this new laptop, salvage any parts that are actually worth it.
Mhm.
So your graphics card, your RAM, your hard drive, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Salvage it, and then build a mini desktop. Because you can build a mini desktop that's really good with this parts you're saving. That for the days that you're at home and you don't want to use your desktop, you can use that and it'd be good because you can get a micro. I believe it's called micro ITX motherboard. Micro ATX or micro ITX. I forgot what they're exactly called. But they're like smaller motherboards that they fit in like smaller cases. Like you can get a case that's actually the size
Hey,
of
Wolf
like
Metal.
a PS4.
You mean you don't have a poop sack? But yeah, I got nothing else planned for the night, guys. Like, my computer was lagging too much to even play Final Fantasy. So yeah, I've got nothing.
Show me your boobs.
I'm not sure if y'all are abridged or streaming or whatever.
Swinging?
Yeah, they probably are. They're by themselves together. They probably are. Were you here last night when we were talking about that? Like, it is. I know they probably don't want to make it public, but it is so obvious they like each other. Like those two will just leave everybody else and go off by themselves often.
That's fucking funny.
Like, it's obvious as hell those two like each other.
Show me your boobs.
Show me your boobs.
Falcon, come
on. Falcon punch. What?
You could do a good impression of Falcon, Captain Falcon. Why don't you do that more?
I don't know. Something I never have to use.
Come
on! Yes! Come on! Falcon kick!
Oh my, a naked diva.
Falcon punch!
Show me your moves.
Show me your moves! God damn it. Oh, fuck.
There is so much nudity on Steam. Jesus.
What are you, looking to the,
Wallpaper engine.
yeah. I mean, hey.
I just saw like 6 naked divas.
I mean, don't question it. Just appreciate the blessing from above.
I'm actually trying to find like wallpapers though that I could use for like BR back screen. Show me your moves. Come on!
Come on! Step it up! Fucking Sonic.
Time to go fast!
You're too slow!
Sonic speed!
Fucking Sonic. Well, I found a tutorial about making a face rig model, but I suspect that it's probably made by a little kid who's going to either A, not know how to get to the fucking point, or B, not speak English, or C, all of the above.
Come on!
What game do I want to play next? I don't know. I'm not really looking forward to any games that are coming out at the moment. I want to play Blue Protocol when that comes out.
What you need to play is Phantasy Star Online too.
Not out yet. I mean, the Japanese version is, but the local version that they were advertising at E3 isn't out yet. Oh,
You got that stuck in my head now.
you're welcome. Falcon punch!
Show me your boobs.
Show me your boobs.
Come on! Show me your boobs.
But let me see. The KH3 DLC is supposed to be coming out in the winter. They didn't give us a specific date yet. Last of Us 2 next year. And that's pretty much it. DBZ Kakarot I'll obviously play on the channel for obvious reasons. But other than that, I'm not really looking forward to any games. Nothing's caught my eye. E3 this year sucked.
Yeah, all these wallpaper engines are all cost money. I don't know how you got it for free.
Well, no, there's people like search on Google and just type in whatever character's name, live wallpaper. And I just downloaded a pack that had the files in it. It was just that Diva thing.
I'm trying to get a live Donkey Kong wallpaper. Show me your boob. Come on!
I have no idea what Doom Eternal is. Never even heard of it.
Holy shit! One of my some streamer I used to watch who hasn't streamed in like fucking 6 months streaming again.
Yeet.
She's playing Overwatch.
Neat.
Isn't it weird how somebody who could stream for like 6 months, come back randomly, and still get like 40 viewers.
It's because she's a chick. She has boobs.
She actually looks like Diva.
You have my attention.
Yeah, she's a small Asian girl who's she's like I think 20 years old.
Like I said, you have my attention.
Her name is Melee Owl.
Hmm.
MELEEOWL. She's actually masters in Overwatch competitive.
Nice. Nice.
Come on, show me your moves.
Kiltano says you had me at Asian. Sounds about right.
She had me at Asian too. Oh my god. Dude, I gotta send this to you. Go check your DMs.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Messed up.
Blaze King said you had my attention at boobs, but when you said diva, you had my erection.
Good. Good.
Come on.
Well, let me see if display capture will work real quick. Nope. I was gonna show you guys my desktop.
She got a haircut.
Cute. Yeah. See, Lily is a Latina Native American. My little corn tortilla.
What's your favorite kind of chip?
Corn tortilla.
I sent you her stream.
Yeah, I was trying to show you guys my wallpaper on my desktop. Like it's Diva themed, obviously, but like Cyberpunk 2077 does look cool.
Show me your boobs.
Silver, all that reminds me of is, "How you doing?" Fucking Norbit. Dinner Comics? What's that? My throat is just right now. Don't adjust my seat! I know you adjust my seat because when I do like this, my teeth like, hold on. Hi, you do. Love that movie.
Go through the fire and flame.
I know it was you, Norbit. Because the only piece left of the turkey was the turkey ass. Turkey ass.
Turkey ass. I'm just looking for Donkey Kong pictures.
I'm perusing Facebook for memes. Hey, Sophie. What's up, kitty?
I guess I could use this for. Show me your boobs.
What, kitty?
Okay, it's my papa. Okay, my kitty be a dildo.
I'm down, Blaze King.
What do you say?
We should do a movie night where we watch Norbit. I'm down. I'm so down. Fucking love that movie. And I love the Devil May Cry series. Hey, you do. Hey, kitty.
My kitty be a dildo. Well, I know one kitty is gonna be sleeping with mommy tonight. What? Come on.
Okay. I'm cruising through Facebook, and there's this review that someone posted for about Subway. It says, as a last-minute resort, me and my sister went to the Subway to get 63-foot-long subs for my grandson's confirmation party. We had to wait for over an hour for subs. Ridiculously long wait time, and the lady who took my order seemed really annoyed with me. Well, no fucking shit! The caption on it says, everyone who works in customer service should be legally allowed to fight one customer a year.
What'd she ask for?
63-foot-long subs. And it took
63-foot-long subs.
all with different shit on them. And it took them Subway an hour to make them all.
Just an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And she's bitching.
Mm-hmm.
Usually you have to call up like 3 days in advance for that kind of shit.
Yep. Nope. They just came right in, walk in, and said, hey, I need 63 of these. And it took them an hour to do it. And this lady was pissed. Like, no, nigga, get the fuck over yourself and go fuck it. People, I tell you.
Come on.
Kitty, if you want to be pet, just get up here in my lap, you weirdo. Like, she keeps, like, nudging my hand. Come on. Get up here. Come on. Hi, kitty. Giggity. I mean, most girls do love it when you pet their kitty.
Fucking guy.
Blaze King said it.
Come
on. Hold on, kitty. Let me get a blanket. Here.
Okay, it's my papa.
Come here, Sophie. Sophie, come here. Come here, Sally. Kitty, bring your ass. What are you doing? Soph. Up here. Come here, kitty. Come here. Right here. There you go. Later, Silver. Sleep well. I don't know why the fuck I'm so phlegmy.
Steam Super Smash wallpapers.
Yay, yay.
Yay, yay.
Picked up a hitchhiker last night. He said thanks, but how do you know I'm not a serial killer? And then I replied, the chances of 2 serial killers being in the same car are astronomical.
That's actually pretty funny.
Pocket badges? Oh my.
What?
I don't know. Wolf Metal said, I heard you can use pocket badges to hide money. Alright then. Weird. No, the treats are like up above the, they're on top of my desk. She surprisingly hasn't found them yet.
Come on through the fire and flames. I gotta clean my controller.
Hmm.
You know, your controller like builds up all that gunk.
I don't typically go looking for glory holes, so
Those are not real things. Like people actually make them and have private ones. But they're not like a real thing. Like you gotta go to an actual bathroom. It's just gotta be there. That's only a porn thing, guys. Plus, would you really want to get your dick sucked by somebody you have no idea what they look like? For all you know, it could be a dude on the other side.
probably gonna have to make some tea before I go to bed.
Tea. Tea time.
I'm not much for Smash. That's more Joe's alley.
Gary doesn't like Smash because of me.
I've never really cared for it to begin with. It's not my thing. I don't like Nintendo much. Fire Emblem is pretty much the only thing I give a shit about on Nintendo. And even then, it's not like, hey, I need to get this game immediately type of deal.
Who goes there?
It's a wild Riku.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing, girl?
I'm phlegmy for some reason, and I can't figure out why.
How you doing, Joe?
I'm alright. Cleaning my controller.
He's doing his best. At least I hope he is. Because if he's not, I'm disappointed.
He's trying his best. I just finished playing Devil May Cry 5.
Yeet. Good game.
I still haven't finished that game.
Get on it. Good game.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get me viewers.
That's because you didn't play it while it was popular.
No, I did. It just didn't get me viewers.
Right now, I got
Blaze King, you have the weirdest fucking sex life I've ever heard of.
Wait, what?
Like, by this point, I'd be more surprised if you said you hadn't tried something before.
wait, what happened?
One of the people in my chat has pretty much tried every sex act that you can think of.
Oh my god.
I'd be more surprised if you haven't tried something.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think you would like Smash if you actually learned it. But I don't think you have the patience to learn it.
Nope.
Yeah, zero patience. All he likes is Dragon Ball Dragon Ball Heroes.
I don't care for Nintendo. Problem.
Not anymore.
Well, in general, I don't. Fire Emblem and Pokemon, that's it. Zelda and Mario and Kirby and all that shit. Doesn't interest me.
I just play Smash.
Which is weird we didn't kill Tano. I don't know why they didn't give us that. Doesn't make any sense. Well, sure how many people we got on each side. We got 13 people in here between Twitch and YouTube. I kind of want to watch a movie, but at the same time, I can't do that over YouTube. So, like, if all you people who are over on YouTube are willing to go over to Twitch, we'll watch a movie or something. YouTube is a dick about copyright.
Yay, movie.
It's a movie time.
I'll get the popcorn.
I got the salt and vinegar chips.
Yeah, so let me know if you guys want to watch a movie. Because once again, those of you that are on YouTube, I'm not sure what the ratio split is right now. I don't even think I can check it. One sec.
Oh, you know what we should watch for a movie?
What?
Mr. Iglesias.
I'm down. Yeah, we can watch Mr. Iglesias. You guys are down.
I never heard of that.
Gabriel Iglesias' new show.
Gabriel Iglesias, he has his own show on Netflix now.
So once again, I don't know what the split is in terms of. Okay, there it is. I've got. Okay, yeah. There's 2 people over on YouTube. If you are willing to come over to Twitch, we will go watch Mr. Iglesias over there.
There's only 2 people on YouTube?
Yep, 2 people on YouTube, 12 on Twitch.
Man, if y'all don't come over to Twitch,
Right.
we're watching it out you anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna watch it without you. So
Twitch
speak
is
now,
more
forever
freedom.
hold your peace. Are you
Twitch
coming
has
or
more
not?
freedom.
We're gonna go watch Mr. Iglesias.
Post that link real quick, and that's all they get.
Right.
You will get one link.
http://twitch.tv/this is Gur. My fucking thing.
Do you have Netflix?
Yes.
So you could just stream it.
My fucking thing will cooperate. Okay.
Unless you just want me to send you that website where you could just
I could watch it over Netflix. It's no big deal. There you go. Those of you that are on YouTube, bring your ass. You want to watch with us? Bring your ass.
I'll watch it on my my end, so I don't have to wait for the delay on your stream.
Yeah, the 2 people who are over on the YouTube side, get over to my Twitch, please, if you want to watch Mr. Iglesias with us. Because I can't stream it on YouTube.
So bring your asses here.
Bring that ass here, boy.
Bring that ass here, boy. I'll give you 5 minutes.
When 5 minutes is up, we just watch without your asses.
Mm-hmm.
Man, bring that air, boy.
All hail the mighty Floof Salem.
Exactly.
Bring that air here, boy.
Oh yeah, Joe.
What's up?
Do they have no DLC for Smash?
Do they have any more DLC for Smash?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have Dragon Quest and Banjo Kazooie coming right now, and then there's
Oh
two
my.
more after that.
Oh my god, the meme came true.
All right. Well, speak now or forever hold your penis, YouTube.
Ever hold your penis.
Yeah, it still says 2 people are over there. I know one of them's me. It's probably just me that it's counting. I think. So I'm gonna end stream real quick so I can turn off the YouTube side, and then I'll be right back to start it up and we'll watch. So be right back.